Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello Sishian, hello Cheeky, welcome in. And to anyone who is new and joining us, my name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. I hope that today has treated everyone kindly so far. What was today? Today has been Thursday? Has it already been Thursday? Why did I think it was still Wednesday? Gosh, I thought I had another day. Okay. I thought I had another day. Whoopsie. Okay. More good thing I'm in a hurry to get things done, huh? Alright. So, welcome in everyone. I'm currently at work, but it's going okay. I hope that you have a good rest of workday and that chaos does not erupt at the 11th hour, because that's never fun. I hope that it goes well. Today has been productive, offline as well. As you may have noticed with the post, I did manage to pull in some clothing layers and get those functional this morning. So, the bust, collar, and sleeves are technically in there. Pants are in there and functional. Yay. So, the model is now, as far as Live2D work goes, safe for Twitch. Not yet done, but definitely safe for Twitch now. And we are going to be continuing with the productivity of the day. With doing the tail again, because I looked at it and I think I can do better. And oh yes, the other thing that I managed to achieve today was getting the draw order right on everything at last. I thought it was an issue with the tongue, but it was actually an issue with molars. It was actually an issue with molars. I needed to kind of redo the molars a little bit. So I plugged away at that quite significantly as well, so those have had major improvements. A little bit later in stream, if I open Live2D again this day, I will show you what changed exactly, but it's stuff that is small and mostly unnoticeable until you zoom in. Remy, thank you so much for following. Great to have you here. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and as of now, working on commission work for Cheeky Wolf here in chat. We're busy doing her Live2D VTuber model. We are a good portion of the way through the rig, actually. We're just quickly finishing up a couple of art pieces that still need to happen, because the deadline on this model is Tuesday. Chaos, I love it. No, okay. I love how unpredictable it is, but at the same time, oh my word, it gets a little much sometimes. But it's fine. We survive. We survive the madness. I am not sure how to take that, but we're here. We'll do the thing. In any case, so today the first thing on our to-do list, I also started rendering the corset a little bit more to get that ready to get pulled in. The first thing that we need to do this day is redo our tail. Now, at the moment, it's a tail, but I can make it fluffier. I can make it look better, and I can make it behave better when it goes into the rig. So that's what we're going to be looking at firstly and foremostly. So how I want to handle this is I'm going to start by making a couple of different layers, and I'm going to work on this in grayscale and then add the color with an overlay over the top, so that I've got control on that fluffiness. Oh my word! Lazarus Vlad, hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good to have you here. Mine Sishian sent me. Ah, thank you. And thank you for the referral, Sishian. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Ah, joy, joy, joy. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, the perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. We're busy working on some commission work for Cheeky Wolf. We're busy doing VTuber model art and rig. We are about to redo the tail for ultimate fluffiness. And I have a methodology that I want to do. So, at the moment, it is kind of boring. So what we're going to do is we're first going to grab all of this madness on top here and get rid of it. Goodbye. You're amazing and a sweetheart. We were watching on Discord as well. Ah, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It is a pleasure to have new faces around as well. Okay, so what we're going to do for the new methodology on the tail is we're going to start by kind of figuring out how many segments we're going to pull this into. I don't think it is going to be anything less than like 10 segments, so that we've got enough bones to work with for a good amount of sweeping. And what we're going to do is we are going to start with a base. The real people, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Lovely to have you joining us. Oh, is that a sliding goose? Oh, that is so cute. That is so cute. It is an absolute pleasure to have you joining us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ah! And then the next thing we're going to have is a color layer over the top of that. Sorry, I'm actually covering the layers. So you can't actually see what I'm writing, but that's why I'm describing it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And then we are going to put those two in a... yeah, we're going to put those two in a group, like that. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a mid-tone grey, because that's going to be the foundation of everything we are doing this time around. And we're going to start by creating a sort of a foundational teardrop shaped thingamawidget over here that we can fluff up a bit later. Okay. And this is going to be I will rename these at the end because I'm going to need to do that after. So first things first, we're going to go duplicate, 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 and duplicate. That should give us more than enough of those. And grab from the top down like that. And we're going to start by moving these up in little sections. It would help if I actually deselected the bottom one in the chain every time I go through. There we go. And then this last one comes up here, and we're going to need to adjust its shape. So it's fine. We'll start then by hiding all of those, because we're going to make these immensely fuzzy. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, come to the base, just reduce that opacity a little bit and trim this shape down just a smidge, like that. That'll do the trick. There we go. Grab our brush. I want this one. Make it opaque again. And use this to start pulling in some silhouette fluff. Now what we want to do as well is we want to sort of trim this round. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I've got relatively fresh coffee that is at a now drinkable temperature, so I'm going to try and get rid of this quickly before the next hydrate hits, and then it's cold and sad. Wrong brush. Yeah. There we go. So now what we're doing is we're just getting a little bit of a nice fluffy silhouette going as a first step. All right. Now what I want to do is on top of that, I want to add a multiply layer. Let's do it with that color. Put a little bit of dynamic on that. And like that again. That is looking, I think, significantly fluffier already. I like that more. I like that more. That looks significantly fluffier. That looks so significantly fluffier. I like that more. Okay, victory! Accompanied by more coffee. Alright. Then, on top of that, clip down. We're gonna grab the fur color, turn this into an overlay layer, and there we go. Floof applied. Happiness there. Happiness with that floof. Okay. Number next. Come over here. Also, get ourselves a good starting shape. Pull this down a little bit. That'll do. Okay. Hide the top. And apply more floof. Figuring out the right way to get a nice, consistently floofy floof is gonna be really nice, which I think I've just achieved in terms of methodology. For the one day when I get to work on a character that's got a nice fluffy fur collar, something similar. All right. There we go. That will work. Now clip that down, make it an overlay, grab red, grab our big brush. There we go. Now, to just test the theory before I get too invested. Yep, that works like how I want it to work. That works like how I want it to work. The fur layers kind of collapse into each other in a nice way. I'm happy. Okay. The methodology works. Happiness is. And with that, the coffee is gone. Oh, alright. Hide that, hide that. Number next. More fluff. So for everyone who is new here, I'm really big on shared productivity, so if you want to be working on your own things alongside, please feel free. What I would want to just bring to everyone's attention is that the hydrate reminders are automated, so those are going to go off every half hour. And if you are trying to get something done, hopefully that helps you guys as well to not neglect yourself in the process of your productivity. And hopefully by the end of this, we've all made something cool, right? Okay, I'm almost happy with that one silhouette. There. Okay, happy with that one. This one, clip, overlay. New multiply, grab that color. Airbrush the sides. Oi, don't jump. Here. Apply different. I might need to add more layers on that first one. Yep, that's gonna be the plan. That looks good. Okay. Let's just check. Does that still look floofy or does that actually now look spiky? It actually looks spiky now. So first things first, let's go back here and erase some of that. Okay, that's still got some texture. I think let's take a little bit out of this core as well. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit more consistent. Now from here, I'm wondering if I shouldn't actually. Let's see what I can do about taking this one and just don't keep aspect ratio. I just want to stretch it a little bit. Cancel. I'm going to redo this one because I actually want the fur to look longer, because these strokes are very, very short, so it gives the impression of short fur, which is not the case here. So let me do this. Clear that. That will work. That's a bit better. The middle. Go there. Almost got it. Okay, that looks like a longer set of fur. So now we tone down the middle. Not all the way, but significantly. There we go. Good. That fur looks longer, which is the goal. Now, number next. That's 3 out of a lot of segments, but it's fine. If we want the ultimate floof, we need to be prepared for mega floofish behavior, so it's part of the process. What I'm going to do though, just for my sanity, is I'm going to copy those. Paste. And then come down all the way here. And I am going to be gone with those ones. Duplicate. Actually, this one I'm going to pull down. This one. I'm going to carve and then duplicate. Duplicate. Okay, that should be enough. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I thought it would be approximately 12. I thought it would be approximately there. So, yay. So this one becomes 1, 2, 3. Next, over here, at the tail 3 segment, come over here. Wait, I want to be there, thank you. Like that. Okay. So pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the hydrates, everyone. Courtesy of Remy Nixera. Acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. And while you're at it, save what you're doing too. Thank you for the reminder. Save button. There we go. Still saving. You can tell it's saving by the fact that my model is going all jerky, as all of my graphics processing power gets used for that instead. Okay. Take the opportunity to do a little bit stretch. Okay. Try and get longer looking fuzz all around. Nearly have it. All right. Next, multiply. Grab that. Wrong one. There we go. Now here, I may have made this blue a little bit wide. But is that an indication that the blue is a bit wide here, or is it an indication that... Let's try this, let's try this. Just pull that down. Okay. Grab a lot of it. Okay. Note to self. Be mindful of not going too round at the top. Okay. Yeah. Just gonna grab a bigger brush so that I can do that. There we go. Okay, that works. Now from here, I'm going to keep this core size. And I'll just work on stroke length. That ought to do the trick. Like that. Come over here, just make that a bit more opaque. And then on this side, I feel like that's the wrong color. Clear it. Okay. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. What are you all drinking? I've got water at the moment, because I finished my coffee just now. What is your safe consumption beverage? Iced coffee. Ooh, lovely. That's nice. Orange squash. Ooh, also nice. Also nice. There we go. That's looking nice and fluffy. That's looking nice and fluffy. Tail 5. Collapse. Next. There we go. Hide those two. Okay, that will do. Here, grab that. And we start applying the floof. That's too consistent. natural floof contains some degree of chaos as well, so you can't have all of them going in exactly the same direction. With the exact same rhythm to the flow. Right, overlay, like that. Soften the core. There we go. Tail 6. There we go. And when we've got all of these in place, this should behave quite nicely when I've got these on parameters for the tail swish. All right. Like that. Come over here. Next piece. There we are. So, interestingly, the very next thing that I need to prioritize after finishing Cheeky's model here is the second model I've currently got in the queue, which belongs to Heoteo. And with that one, there's also a tail, but it's not quite the same kind of fluffy. And that's going to pose a very different kind of rigging challenge because it's a feline tail that is of immense length. And split at the end. And significantly less fluffy. So visually, it's going to behave very, very differently from this one. And that one's deadline is the 14th. Whoopsie. There is so much still to do on Teo's model. Thankfully, the hair on that one was a little bit simpler to get right. because it was more graphic in its structure. But it has a different challenge as well in the form of outfit ruffles. Ruffles are ruffles. Ruffles are wow. Not for the faint-hearted. Okay, next. Soften that. There we go. That works. All right, now we begin the taper down. Uh-huh. What's this? An artifact. All the way over there, yikes. Okay. Why do I get the distinct feeling this artifact is a recurring theme? Hold up. Done. We're here. Okay. Shade. And remove. No. And here, use the core. Sorted. Although, I want to go perspective. Okay, that works better. All right. This I want to just make less visible, like that. Okay. Now, I'm not entirely happy with the grain on this. Actually, I'm not entirely happy with the grain on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna redo its interior. Okay, clear it. Try that again. Alright, almost there on this one. Yeah, that looks better. That grain looks a little bit more reasonable. Okay. Next. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Alright, that's that one. Let me just check this. This is ignorable. For now, yes. Okay. That's ignorable for now. Okay. Ooh. Opacity issues. Opacity issues. That will not fly. Close those gaps. There we go. Steadily working our way through this fur. Takes a bit of time, but it's gonna be very worth it in the end. All the floof, yes. We are very fond of our floof in this place. So methinks one more segment and then we switch over to purple. That's gonna be so flowy. I'm looking forward to this. There we go. Almost there. And no. What's going to be that? And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. Next, add in our contouring. And stop proofing. There we go. Okay, so that is the red part of the tail. Luft. It's very fuzzy. I'm happy that that's nice and fuzzy. Okay. Part number next. Okay, something like that. Grab that. Apply our first layer. Alright, now come over here, grab that color. and apply that to the floof over there. Show you. There we go. Let's just turn down the core a little first, because here the contrast is a lot lower. I think I'm going to need one more. I think I'm going to need one more segment. I don't feel comfy having only one in the purple. Okay. Duplicate. Okay, then here. And that is the sound of the Chaos Cat descending from on high to terrorize the world until I open the door. So, one moment please, let me just get this last piece of open and then I will open the door for the Chaos Cat. Okay, quickly go let him out. Let me let him out real quick. Alright, Chaos Cat released. Chaos Cat released. There we go. That works. That looks good. And number lost. There we go. Now this needs to stretch back a bit further because that is visible. There we go. All right. So that is our tail floofed and segmented and ready for being imported. So tail. Did I spell that right? Yes. 14. Okay. let's grab this. And I want to go. I just want to quickly go to my hex curtain for a second. I just want to check. Open recent because I can't remember what the state of my base was. Because this belongs on the base PSD. It's more a good thing that I hit that. Okay. Get rid of that. Copy. Paste. It's more a good thing I hit that. Hide that. Come back to main. There we go. And now each of these gets merge selected all the way down the list. Merge selected, 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 and that one goes away. Okay, so save, and that is now ready to get dragged into 2D. So let me just check this over here. Redo tail layers, check. Time check. 10:30 UTC. Okay. No. Wait. Am I being the dumb? I am being the dumb. Wow. Ish. It'll take 5 minutes. Okay, so that is the tail base in place, ready to get rigged. Cool. Now we need to do more rendering on the outfit. We've got more rendering to do on the outfit before I can go back. I'm thinking. I am going to do the skirt. I think I'm going to do the skirt first. Why? Because it needs physics, and that takes time. And the corset, I'm still planning how I'm putting that together. I know how I need to get it to look, but I need to just plan how I'm going to get the parts to actually move, and that means a little bit more pushing and pulling on the layer shapes. So, where's my tacit skirt? Front, over there. And where's our test render? Okay. Wicked little demon, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. My name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. We are currently busy doing a VTuber model commission called Cheeky Wolf. The majority of the model is rigged. We are just currently doing the outfit madness to meet the deadline for Tuesday. The deadline is Tuesday. Oh my word. Hey. And we'll make it probably. Okay. So let me just think. How do I want to handle this skirt? So, the skirt front consists of. She's the reason I'm here. Okay, awesome. Welcome in. Yes. Okay, so the skirt front is separated into two rough waves. So how I think I'm going to manage that is I'm going to treat them like pleats. And just be mindful to not actually ink the back of the front pleat. So let's do it that way. Firstly and foremostly, come over here, grab that color. I believe that is in fact the color of our top gradient. Yes, it is. Okay. Then come in here. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a group. Call this one facet skirt front 1. Thank you. Duplicate the group and facet skirt front 2. I'm going to do 2 behind 1. And we're going to create 2 first. So we're going to rough fill a whole bunch and then carve it out. Mapping pen. Bring that down to, say, 20%. Hide the tail. Like the trousers. Hide the corset. Not working on those yet. Okay. Over here. We are now going to grab come around, delete. There we go. Brush. Pen. Yeah, that. Okay. What I think I want to do is I'm going to make it broader, just a smidge. So that I can carve that down again nicely this time. Not happy with that line. One more time. Wait. Show the trousers so that I don't clip through that. Hide the test render. Okay, there we go. I'm happy with that shape. I'm happy with that shape, I think. It's a little bit broad. There we go. Drop that down a bit. Okay. Nope. What I want to do is have a little bit more height over here. There we go. Show our test render again. And here, oh, cut nicely. Cut nicely, please. Come on, cut nicely. Please cut nicely. That should do the trick, I think. Maybe. There we go. So that's that one. Hide that. Make that fully opaque again. Lock opacity. Now what I want to do very quickly is I want to just make a quick adjustment to my setup because I realize that things are behaving slightly strangely. Brain I want to work in. Eyes feel like rocks. Class rough. Oh man. Oh man. Well, I hope you get to rest after class, Toaster. Welcome in. You're just in time for a hydrate. You're just in time for a hydrate. Welcome in, Toaster. Please have something cozy to drink. Bye. Good luck getting through class. Or well done getting through class. When it's tough, it's tough. Welcome in. Coffee is still too hot to drink. Coffee is still too hot to drink. Because it's a fresh cup that my dad delivered like 5 minutes ago. So, water it is for now. My cozy will drink will be a Smirnoff. Oh wow. Just one. Just still a weekday. I understand that. Some days you just want something as a treat. I should probably hit the save button. And the other thing that I wanted to do, I was busy in the process of making adjustments to my setup. Thing. Trick. Yeah. That would work a bit better. Angle that like so. Alright. And back over here and calibrate. There we go. Reduce that. Follow age? I don't know if that works. I don't know if follow age works. Does it? I don't know. I actually honestly don't know. It does not. Oof, oh well. Where do I get that information? I need to I will make a note of that to implement later. Maybe it'll if I put it in StreamerBot, maybe then it will remind me that I need to do the thing. That's gonna be under commands, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be here. So, add, call this follow age item. Okay. I will implement that in StreamerBot. I will implement that on StreamerBot soon. I just need to actually read up how to actually get that to work. Harrier, I slept on it and I'm definitely gonna calm you. Yay! I'm looking forward to it. Yay! I'm looking forward to it so much. Big excites! Big excites! Big excites! Big excites! Sishian, that is amazing news. Thank you so much for letting me know. Now I'm very excited. Good choice. She's a wonderful person to come on. Toaster! Thank you for the vote of confidence. Thank you for the big vote of confidence. You guys are too sweet. Okay, number next is gonna be like this. Let me first just throw in a broad one that I can carve down. Nope. That'll work. Okay. That'll work. Let's see, get that in there like so. And carve that down into a nice shape. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You've been a star. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very, very, very excited. And super talented with model creation. Big, 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 big thank yous for the votes of confidence. The good news is, as I get through and make more of them, I can only get better at it, right? Probably. I can probably only get better at it, right? Each one comes with its own set of challenges to overcome. But the experience from each one also builds on the last, so everything is worthwhile in the end. I think this one needs to be... Wait. I need to tighten up my stand, I see. It is a little bit too liberal in terms of its maneuverability. Tablet stand needs adjustment. Noted. Undo. Use that in. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Get that in place. Like that. Coolio. Come out. Grab. Are there any artifacts around the edges? Let's see. Any marching ants where I don't want marching ants? I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Yay! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take the inks off of that. Here, grab black. Grab that section. Go to the inks layer, go edit. Outline selection. On the border, yes. Nice. Now up here, we're going to pick a point where the line is going to just dissolve away. There we go. So now that opacity gets locked, and then we do the same thing here. Grab that color, edit outline selection on the border, okay. And now when I go to test render, I just want to check what exactly that color was. Get rid of that. Alright, big airbrush. Yeah. Like so. And here, like that. There we go. Now we need shading. So this needs a multiply layer. Grab that. Grab our big round. Hide the front. And soften up the top. Like that. Good. Make that smaller. That should do the trick there. There we go. That works. Next, multiply, clip. A little bit of contour here. A little bit of contour here. Soften that in. Like so. How does that actually look up close? Scarcely visible, but you notice its absence. Perfect. That is how we want it. There we go. So that is the skirt front ready. That was less painful than I was anticipating. I will take that. Now here these layers are all already in Live2D, so I can take as many of those out as possible. Okay. Grab tacit skirt front, copy, put that into our pirate layer, paste. That's already in, so that can go away. Merge selected. Merge selected. Grab half of it properly and be gone. Why? Because this is symmetrical, we can just duplicate and flip it over. That's how we're going to handle that. Okay. Save button. Save button seems like a good idea right about now. For the PSD, that was relatively short and easy. Okay. On the clip file, this is going to take a little bit longer. I'm going to go a bit janky while that saves because it's got all of the layers. Literally all of them. And some layers that aren't even going to get used. Yeah, man. Are we there yet? No, we're not. Okay, good time for coffee while we're waiting for this to save. Okay. Now let me see if I switch that on. This is going to be a very satisfying skirt when it's done. I can feel it in my bones that it's going to be super satisfying when it's ready. I'm actually pretty happy with how this outfit in its entirety is going to look. Like, the silhouette on this, if one hides the bandana, I'm actually going to move that to the folder. There we go, because I'm anticipating there'll be potential for additional outfits later down the line. But yeah, if we look at that silhouette as it stands, ignoring the ribs for the corset that is not yet in place. If we look at that silhouette pre-detailing, this is going to be a little bit of a trap, I think, because it reads more formal wear than pirate at the moment. And I think that is actually hilarious and brilliant. I need to bring the wing visibility layers, copy, into the base as well. So tail, collapse that. Wing visibility effects. Those need to be in here so that I can work with that. Yes. Yes, that needs to be in there. Because we want to have a little bit of interesting magic-y vibes going on. And I'm still figuring out exactly how I'm going to do that, but I'm thinking that watery texture is going to be a good starting point. We're still developing how that's going to actually behave. I'll assess it when it's in position. Okay. So the next part is going to be on the tacit back. So what we're going to do is we're going to go duplicate that. Bring that all the way down to behind the trousers. There we go. And here what we're going to do is we're going to call this tacit skirt back. We're going to hide the front. Show the test render. Put that at what, 10%? 10%? There we go. That should give us a good idea of what's going on over here. Yes, yes. And over on this side, I just need to check that this is not something of critical import. No, I can ignore it for now. Cool. I can ignore that for now. Cool, cool, cool. Right. Then over here, we are going to empty that. Now, we've got how many levels? We've got 1, 2, 3. So we're going to duplicate that. And this is going to be B3. Foxtrot becomes Bravo. Foxtrot becomes Bravo. Okay. Now at the back, unlock, 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 hide the trousers, grab the turnip pin, grab that, and let's start with a big block fill. Hide the corset. Mapping pin. Okay. What we're wanting to do is to just get a nice line here. For the bottom, that works. I do not want to accidentally break that. I do not want to accidentally break that. That's a good line. It doesn't need to match the sketch 100%. That's mostly just refined concept work. At this stage. And then what we're going to do this needs more width. This needs more width here. This line can be better. Nope. Ack. That's so close to being good. Okay, that's as good as I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. So now we lock the opacity on that one, grab this color, big brush, and fade that in. Then we are going to take multiply. First pass, like that. Make sure I haven't accidentally missed any places over here. Good. Okay. second layer, what we're going to do, scale that down a little bit, just a smidge, like that, yeah. And like that, that'll do the trick. Cool, so now if we hide our test render, that'll look like that. That's pretty good. Okay. Show the front. It's fine because there's still 2 layers that's going to need to come in front of that as well. So there, that is our A-line starting to slowly come together. Let me just put that on yellow like that. There we go. So that I know that it's in. Okay. Next part. Actually, if I look at this, and I look at the angle, wait, between the outer corner and that, this back piece is way too low. So let me just pull that up. Because otherwise, when the pleats are in, it's not going to have the right perspective. It's not going to read as being behind. Not properly anyway. Okay, so next. Here. Hide that. Next layer down. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Also now coffee at a drinkable temperature, so it goes away. Before it can get uncomfortably cold. Let me think. Where is my test render? So this one supposedly lives basically in line with behind the feet. Okay. So if that is the case, as our first port of call, let's just get rid. some of this excess here. There we go. And we now neaten this up. Okay. That will work, I think. Yeah, that'll work. So we lock opacity, grab our airbrush. Make it bigger first. There we go. Then next, we go grab that to give ourselves first layer shade, hide the test render, second layer shade, brush size down a bit. There we go. And I think I overcooked that a little bit. Let's just hide the back for a bit. And I need to change this canvas color, or this paper color, because I'm struggling to see with contrasts. That's a little bit easier to see. That's a little bit easier to see. That'll work. That gives me a better overview of what's happening. It's amazing what the color of the background does to your ability to actually see what you're doing. Okay, now this last one. There we go. Hide that for a moment. Grab that. Oi. Are you again? Okay. Now we need to get the slime to make sense. So yeah, that's gonna wrap something. I don't know why I've got my head literally almost 90 degrees. Why have I got my head almost perpendicular to the floor? That does not make sense. Sometimes having your head in weird angles just helps you think. Or is that just me? Is that just me? Certified bird moment. Okay, hide the front. There we go. Okay, lock that opacity, grab the big airbrush. Gradient. There we go. There we go. Then multiply that one like such, and that one it would help if I had the correct color. There we are. That'll do the trick. So, that is the tacit skirt in place. Starting to come together. It's starting to come together. I'm really liking this. Okay. So now tacit skirt back gets yellowed. Poppy. pirate. Paste. Here, merge selected, merge selected, merge selected. Add these two. And be gone with those. Nice. So now tacit skirt is ready to pull in, as well as tail. Coolio. Save button. Okay. 2 small rendering victories so far, and it's not even midnight UTC yet. Ain't that lovely? Actually, it's not even 10 PM UTC yet. Yay! That's 2 big victories. Okay. Let me think. Oh, I need to do the expression floats. That's the next easy thing that I need to do. That's the next easy thing that needs to happen. So, first things first. Let me come over here. Add. Expression. Wait. Let me just check my list. In terms of the expressions. Full proportion, symmetry, wrong here, blush, sweat drops, floating sparkles, floating hearts. Okay. So, I don't think I have the blush in place yet. No, I do not have the blush in place yet. So, first things first, let us grab the face lines, size, add, blush. The blush is going to be on a multiply layer. And we're going to start with that lovely little coral color. Like that. Let's hide the hair front. Okay. That works, but what I want to do is I want to put this on normal for a second. Make a new raster. Transfer that down. Just grab white real quick. And just create a boundary. like that. Multiply. And this folder goes through. There we go. So that boundary is just going to help us not have fluffy invisible edges that are impossible to mesh out later. So that was 1. Blush, check. Next, Cheeky, are you available to speak for a moment? Just have a quick question, if you're still around and able to speak briefly. In the meantime, let me do heart pupils. Heart size, yes. Sparkle size, no. Okay. Okay, lock that. And fill. Actually, this coral color works very well for Cheeky. As it should. Okay. So that's the heart's pupils. And then we need floats. We need floating hearts and floating spots. So we're going to follow the same sort of visual motif on this. Get rid of the symmetry. No. Oi. Right. Then there's the one down here. Something like that. Okay. And on this side as well. And if we zoom in, last one. Wait, it was going so well. right until the end there. Almost got it. Almost got it. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Copy. Paste. And a bit smaller. There we go. Perhaps that like so. Lock. And let's just dial that size down a bit. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. That ain't it. Okay. Ah, I knew I'd missed something on one of these. I want them to look a bit shiny. Don't want them to be plain. Alright, almost a lot of them. Okay, so that's the heart floats. Ready. Next is the sparkles floats. Okay. Ra-ba-da-dum. I need to take out that space because otherwise it's going to break things. Now, let me see. If I'm clever, and that's a big if, then what will work nicely is to mind my spacing such that the sparkles and the hearts will be compatible next to each other. That would be nice. So that they can exist simultaneously without interfering with one another. So, I think I've got a sparkle brush that is appropriate. Hold up. Here, effects. Default sparkle. Like that. This one. Ooh, that's actually a nice one. Let's see. At what angle does that become vertical? $28. Not quite. Let me do this. Let me do this first so that I've actually got a reference point. That's not it. Almost. Almost. That is would have been great if I had only remembered to actually look at what my value was. Oh, and I could have just done this. Clear it. Because why? I did the dumb. I did the dumb. It's okay. Alright, now I pick and choose of these before I accidentally break something. I don't want the ones that are too big. And then this one we're going to scale down as well. There we go. Okay, now this bunch, what we're going to do is we're going to grab white. We're going to put white inside the cores, but what I want to do is I want to just make my brush bigger and smaller. There we go. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate that, unclip, grab it, pick our yellow. Edit, outline selection. I want 6. Okay. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Let's see, how does that look? Yes. Lock. Oh. That looks nice and shiny. Super sparkly. Okay, and merge down. There we go. Super shiny. How do I choke on air? Ow. Ow. Oh. Good morning. Ow. Ugh. We're okay, we're alive. We're alive. We're alive. Ish. Okay. Oh, good morning. Okay, now. Cheeky, are you still around? Just got a quick question for you. If so, if you are able to answer. So, now over here I can say expression floats and heart eyes, check on that list. Next is, okay, I've still got to do that corset, but I've not got the guts for it right now. I think I'm going to do that tomorrow. Same with the... No, tomorrow I've actually got to do pessimistic hypes drawing. I can't work on Cheeky tomorrow. I've got to do pessimistic hypes drawing because I've got to deliver that tomorrow night. I've got to deliver pessimistic hypes drawing tomorrow. I've got to work on that. Because that deadline is like officially imminent. I have not started it. Because I lost a week. Oops. Okay. But that one I should be able to punch out in like 6 hours. I should be able to get that done in the morning. Should be fine. Okay. I think I'm not happy with the positioning of this particular sparkle. I want this one to be here. That looks a bit more balanced. Yeah, that looks balanced. Okay. Actually, now I've got to flip those two sparkles around because we've got the biggest heart here and the biggest sparkle here as well. So let me just do this. Hey, Harrier, pick a number between 1 and 4. I'm gonna go with 4. I'm gonna pick 4. For no other reason than 4 has multiple homophones of great import and interest. 4 is a fun number. And that coming from someone who generally is not a numbers person. Five crunches. Okay, I will do the crunches. Thank you for the exercise routine. Let us do the crunches. Okay, let us do the same. Chair out the way. Ack. There we go. Got to go. And 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if I did those right. Hold up. Let me do another 5 just for good measure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Okay. It was either of your exercise routines. You know what? Fair. That was the first time that the crunches has been redeemed, so thank you for that. Alright, okay, so I'm happy with the sparkles, and I'm happy with the hearts positions, so those are good. So the only expression part that I've still got a little asterisk next to is sweat drops. What I'll do is I will mark those ones. Copy. Paste and be gone with that one. And we will import all of this madness. Save button is a good idea. There we go. Okay, I think I'm actually going to need to open up Live2D now. I'm going to continue with the corset after finishing Pessimistic Hype tomorrow. Now, I don't usually stream on Fridays. So I'm not sure if I will. I might do a guerrilla stream. Might not. But I am definitely going to basically be doing this from like 9 in the morning till like 7 at night, easily, at least. So there will be major progress updates after the end of tomorrow. Hey, anyway, I was saving up points and saw that and was like, hey, I appreciate. Okay, so I'm gonna open up Live2D again. Let me do that. Because there is now enough to work on to keep us going for a while. I'm not here Friday, so I won't be able to see it if you did stream. It's okay. I usually don't stream on Fridays. Fridays and Saturdays I do not stream at the moment. those are the days that I try to keep open for family things, because that's when the rest of the household has possibly capacity for things. Yeah, so I won't miss a stream. More likely than not, you won't, no. But even if you did, it's not a train smash. We understand life happens, and expecting people to be in all of the streams ever is like really unreasonable. So if you can make it, yay! If you can't make it, not a train smash. Open recent, cheeky. There we go. I like being in your streams. I'm glad you like being here. I enjoy having you here. I'm just gonna close Clip Studio for the sake of processing power. There we go. I've returned from Noms. Welcome! Welcome back. I hope that the Noms was of eatable nature. Because eatable and edible are in fact different things. Mind you, if Bread were here, I'm certain that he would agree with me at the phrase that anything is edible if you try hard enough and you don't mind the consequences. It went in my belly, so that's good enough. You know what? Fair. Fair. Okay, so pirate and base PSDs get dragged in. Add all this new mesh. Add this new mesh. Anything is edible if you try hard enough, and if you don't mind the consequences. That reminded me of the Eat Your Mattress scene from 8880. Wow, that is a name that I have not heard in decades. In literal decades. Wow. I don't know that scene, but I will take your word for it. I was closer thinking to the towels from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but okay. In theory, if you suffer with a condition called pica, then yeah, anything is edible. Not familiar with that condition. Either. Create a folder, call this one trousers. Copy. Paste. Okay. Collapse that. Skirt back goes there. Skirt front goes there. Trousers goes between them. Like so. Nope. Okay, that's that. Base. Tail. Collapse that. Tail comes all the way down the list. after hair back. Tail goes behind the hair back. Okay. And the hair back draw order is 460, so tail draw order is going to be 450. Grab all of those. Draw order 450. There we go. Collapse that lot. Wings, those come into the wings folder. Drop those in there, like such. Now that is going to be additive. That is going to be additive. Alright. All of these get clipped to our wing visibility clip. Yes. And invert mask. Come on. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Okay. I have tea. Oh, lovely. Tea is wonderful. I have another? Oh my. Oh dear. Joys of being British. Yes, indeed. Alright, now I want to just check. How does this behave? It is less than 5%. Still. He's dangaroos. He's very, very dangaroos. To overdo. Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong here. So this one should not be on the wing vis clip. This one should be on these need to not be in the deformer folder. Really? Just changing some layer order madness. Oh my, that's gonna take a while. It'll be faster to go that minus you minus you. And I will not be driving anywhere as I don't have a vehicle. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. So it half works, but I want to soften this edge. T minus 12 hours till I can put in the order for a model. Oh, wow. Excitement, excitement. That is big excites. Model time, model time, model time. Woohoo! Okay, now for some obscure reason, these two are poorly aligned. So I am going to delete them from here because they are not going to work. And of course, I did the dumb and closed Clip Studio. It's fine. I will open up Clip Studio again. Yeah, okay. I want the wings PSD. I want to open with grr. Fine. I'll open it the long way. I'll open it the long way. Fine, fine, fine. No, don't open Affinity Designer. That's not what I want. Mine won't be able to be pressed until end of December as I've got to say Christmas. But you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I don't want Affinity Designer. Close. Okay. Close. That's not the software that I wanted to open. Cancel. I don't want a fresh thing. Base. Pull that in. Okay. Now. You unclip. You two. Align. Center. Canvas. Align. Vertical centers. There we go. Now, grab that. Apply mask. Apply mask. Great. That goes away. That goes away. Save. Come on. Close. Minimize. Take 2. Base. This was on the base, right? Yes, it was on the base. Yeah. Update. Let's hope that that doesn't break everything. It can either work or it can break everything. One of the two. Yes. If I'm lucky, I have not just broken this entire thing. If I'm incredibly, incredibly lucky. I'm going to need to do some maintenance to what's happening in the project files as well. Texture loading. Okay. Looks like I managed to not break it. Yay! I also managed to delete unused layers. Oh well. Delete unused layers. Delete unused layers. Yay, not broken. Yes, that's always a victory. That one is the one that I want. So these go up into here. This goes up into there. Delete. Cancel. Delete. Delete. Okay. I'm so glad I don't have feathers or I drive people crazy drawing it. Yeah, wings are a special thing. You either love them or you hate them. It's kind of like hands. I'm just going to put mine away for a sec. There we go. Wings are very much like hands in that scenario. You either love working with them or you despise it with every fiber of your being. And it all depends on the design of the wings and your familiarity with your feather anatomy. Those are the two major contributing factors to how much you enjoy it. Me personally, I like wings, and I do have a nice simplification when I'm doing the more comic-y style stuff for that. So I am personally chill with it, but I know that that is a little bit of an exception rather than the rule. Like, I am 100% certain that there are going to be two camps of artists who are going to draw cheeky in the future. The ones that are going to say, ooh, this is a fun challenge, and actually improve their art when it comes to the wing illustration madness. And those who are going to come after me with pitchforks. There is no in-between. Okay, so that is our back-end maintenance done for now. Okay, now let's see. If they chase you with pitchforks, I'll save you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Now, I just quickly need to do some work on the texture atlas, because otherwise I'm not sure if I can find those two things now. Because I do think I did the dumb at some point. Again. I am fairly certain I did the dumb. Okay, my scroll wheel isn't working, which means that the texture atlas is actually loading. It is actually loading. It's always good to just double check. that it is actually doing the thing. Scroll wheel. Still loading. Still loading. Yes, you can. But yeah. I think, there are a lot of VTubers that have a lot of very interesting designs out there at the moment. And I do think that the quote-unquote difficulty does scale quite a lot. With things like complexity. But I don't think that complexity and difficulty necessarily are the same thing. Like, there are some things that are complicated, but technically not challenging, provided you've got good enough reference. And if you are fortunate enough to encounter such good reference, then really the difficulty is more a matter of any procedural limitations you might have, I think. Or rather, even familiarity with the subject matter could be considered a difficulty measure. Because obviously if you're unfamiliar with something, it's not going to be as easy to draw as something that you're incredibly familiar with. Now I'm going to need to wait a little bit before I actually do the sleeves in terms of the rig. Simply because I've got to actually get the arm, the base arm information movement done before I attempt that. Ah, man, I hit the enter button. I hit the enter button by accident. Ugh. I wasn't finished editing it yet! No! Lost it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Everything is okay. I was reaching for my mouse and I accidentally hit the enter key on my numpad. And now it processes prematurely. It's fine. I'm just gonna have a bunch of things that are going to look really, really glitchy for a second. Yep, super glitchy. Edit texture atlas. This page. That fit nicely in that gap, I think. Over here. Rotate this one like that. Because I've still got to mesh this one out. It's currently going to have an overlap, but that's fine. There is only one of these. There we go. Rotate, please. Thank you. That will work. And pull this one in here. Like that. And will you work in this gap? When you are meshed out, yes. If I move this ever so slightly closer to the edge there. It's fine. Okay. Next. Place these. This is going to be the next most space devouring piece, so let's use that to plug this gap. Come on, rotate. Rotate. Come on, rotate. There we go. No, too much. Too much. Undo. 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 There we go. Okay. Place. Place. Come on, undo. And last one. There we go. Okay, that's those parts. Did you carry across? Yes. But something went horribly wrong. So where is that piece that I just pulled in here by accident? Into the wrong place and let go. Yeah. Grab you, put you up in this gap. No, don't scale. If you ever thought that lag was nightmarish when gaming, try lag when you're trying to make things. Good grief. Okay. Victory achieved on that front. There we go. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Now what I want to do is I want to grab all of these. Like that. And put them here in order. I'm going to pull this one down a smidge. It's not quite on the edge. Same here. Not 100% on the edge. Okay. Next. Okay. Almost got it all. I am sadly going to need a page 3. All the other parts that need to get added into this thing. But I will. is the nature of doing this at a high enough resolution that one can approach the camera without being pixelated to oblivion. Okay, and I'm going to leave the heart's pupil off because that's also still got to get replaced. You're blocking the box again? Yeah, I know. But I'm going to be leaving the box as soon as this little bar is done. I forgot to move myself. Step aside. Whoopsie. Oh, good. Phew. Okay, so, now what I need to do is I need to figure out how to get these two layers that I stupidly threw away back in here, because I can see them in the project description, but I can't see them in the layer set. Thank you for the save, Toaster. I appreciate it. The timing on that is phenomenal. Save button. I'm going to go into jerky mode while that's happening. While all of that is busy loading up. So presently there are a lot of pieces that are clipping into each other, which looks wrong. And they will continue to look wrong until they are meshed out. So all of these little wedges that you see cutting through here, they are artifacts from the fact that these parts have not yet been meshed. It's not broken yet. Create odd mesh. Create odd mesh. Yay, that worked. Phew. That worked. Cool. Collapse that. Bring these all the way down to the wings. Like that. Drag those up. Like so. Make that tight that way. Scale that down like so. Okay. This I want to clip to everything in the wings except for the deformers and that and itself. Okay. Right, and then this is going to be an add layer. Both of these need to be on draw order 465. Okay. Now this all the way through to this need to be clipped to the visibility clip. They did process because it's got a lot to attach to things. Okay. Halfway there. Still busy processing. There we go. Now, if I do opacity of 0, there we go. Let's just hide that extra madness over there. Link those two. Okay, so that ethereal magic transparency thing is mostly working. Mostly. It does not like overlapping opacities though. Let's take this down to 20. And take this down scale wise in this aspect. There we go. So that our ethereal little magic connection isn't quite so pronounced over there. Okay, let's dial that back up to 50. So we sort of see the roots of the feathers as they get closer to the connection point. I'm not sure if that's necessarily a bad thing. Like here, looks a little bit strange. So many polka dots. Yeah, there's a lot visually going on in here at the moment. Okay, I think for at least a starting point for our magically connected ethereal wings, that sort of works. Okay. Alright, I am happy with how that behaves. Now I'm gonna collapse that for a bit. Let me look at our tail. So first things first, let's come to the pirate. And hide the tacit skirt layers. This looks really good. I'm glad you're liking it. What do you think of the magic connection effect? Does that vibe for you? Yes. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Then, as far as how they appear, how does this work? The visibility is on a overall toggle over here. So, I think what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to put the screen color on white. So that it sort of flares. And I'm going to do something like that. Yes. That's gonna appear nicely when we switch on our toggles. There are worse ways to switch a toggle on and off than that, I think. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch this onto our visibility thing. Grab that. Put that on there. Put that on 0. There we go. And this is on 0% opacity all the time, so it's fine. Like, that looks significantly magical. I'm happy with that. I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. Coolio. Next thing we were going to do was the tail. Was the tail. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the tail thing. We're going to go over here. And we're going to go create a rotation deformer. And this is going to be rapatatam. Yeah, I'm just going to call it tail 1. Okay. Then we are going to rotate this 180. Hide the body. Hide the outfit. Very good. 0. Grab this. Hide that. Hide that. Grab the tail deformer, please and thank you. Are you gonna let me grab it? Yes? Please let me grab the deformer. The deformer, please. The deformer. Deformer away because it's not gonna apply. Create. Tail 1. Create. Would help if I actually had that visible. No wonder it wasn't gonna fly. Okay. Pull that down to there. Pull that down to there. Okay. Part 1. Next. Tail 2. Perfect. Move that up. Rotate that down. Scale that down. Pull that down. There we go. Next, tail 2 under tail 1. Next, tail 3. Create. Move that up. Rotate 180. Move that up. There we go. Nest that under tail 2. Hide you. Create. Tail 4. Create. 180. Hide. Pull that one down. There we go. Nest tail 4 under tail 3. Let's see if continuous creation from here will work. I don't like it. So we're going to do it normally. Tail 5 as child. Create. How many of them are there? 14. Okay, so now we've got all of those deformers. Now we need to actually just make sure that they are the right size. And positioning. So this one goes into tail 5. This one. Goes into tail 6, and that was a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. Drag this one up to tail 7. Tail 8. Tail 9. Tail 10. I don't think there was a tail 11. Hold up. There wasn't ever a tail 11. Gasp. I messed up my numbering. This one is supposed to be 11. This one is supposed to be 12. In that folder, or that deformer. And this one is supposed to be 13. In that deformer, and then that one goes away, because it does not need to exist. Okay. Then we grab all of those. No, before we do. First, I need to go through here and make sure that these are all placed and scaled appropriately. Pull that up. There we go. Next. Wow. You guys really went all the way down there, huh? You're all the way down there. Good grief. So far. There. Up. There. Okay. Next. There. And Harrier, I think I've discovered something you would get a giggle out of. Oh, that might be interesting. I am curious. Natural Habitat Shorts YouTube. That sounds like mockumentary madness of the best description. Like that reeks of mockumentary, and that should be hilarious. It is. It's a small animated series that shows how animals behave in the wild, but put into daily modern situations. Oh, wow. Huh. If you can send me a link to the channel on the Discord, then I will check it out. Actually, if you're in my server, you can drop one of them in the video sharing link. In the video sharing channel. So that everyone can get a laugh out of it. I hope my Discord thing works. Please tell me that command works. Everything broke at one stage, so I have no idea. I don't think I'm in the Discord, let alone seen how to join the server all this time I've been here. Oh dear. You know what? I don't actually think my commands are functional. I don't think any of my commands are functional because I had to rebuild things. Yeah, I had to rebuild things because I accidentally broke my streamer bot at some point 2 weeks ago. Last week. Okay. So I need to fix that. Let me just grab the link over here. VTuber scuff never changed. It's here. Copy that and paste. There we go. Add. Okay, now over here, triggers, add, call, commands, command triggered, Discord, okay, add, chat, send a message to channel, join us in Fort Misthaven, link, paste, copy, add YouTube, send a message to channel, paste, there we go. Now theoretically it should work. All of my other ones though currently do not. Let me just check here real quick. Add commands. There we go. I'll fix the rest of my commands later. The main one is there. The main one is there. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah. Oh my word, yesterday was Rover's birthday and I missed it. Oh no, I'm sorry, Rover! I joined! There we go! Welcome in, everyone! Welcome in to Fort Misthaven. We are a bunch of introverts, but I hope you'll enjoy your stay all the same. Okay. I will fix the rest of the commands later. Whoopsie! Okay. Physics settings. Let's see. This is presently not attached to me. Great. Add tail input preset body. Okay. Pendulum, we need one, which is going to have a convergence of like, let's say 20. Shaking 0.85. Duration something like 20. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of those. Okay. Then output settings, add tail X. Okay. Posing test. Why is that shaking influence all the way up there? Stop. 0.85, enter. Convergence. Grab all of those. Nope. 20. Okay, 10 is the most it'll let us do. There we go. Let's see. That's significantly stiffer. Which is not entirely what we want. So 3. Let's grab durations and dial that up to 40. I don't think I've got the rotations on these big enough. I don't think the rotations on these are big enough. Okay. Nope. They are theoretically plenty big enough. My settings are just trash. Look at the curvature on that! I should be able to get at least a portion of that. I'm not too perturbed about that being there because at the moment that is going to be behind the butt and you're never going to see that little scrunch over there. So I'm not perturbed by it. Okay, so let's see. This is going to be entirely in the physics settings. Is it maybe then going to be a shaking influence issue? Let's try dialing that down to 20. And let's try dialing that reaction time down just a smidge to I do believe that the smaller than 1. Okay, so let's go 0.5. Let's go 0.2. 0.2 is way too slow. Let's try 0.75. Let's try that, changing that convergence down again, because now it's too much. It's getting there. It's slowly but certainly starting to become more organic. Do that. So I want to try put that on the breath instead. Because then there's always going to be a little bit of a natural movement. Okay, let's try dial that up ever so slightly to 0. No, it's a mistake. 0.8. How does that behave? For now it works. I may adjust that significantly later. And I'm also going to allow for some manual tweaking, so it's a fluffy tail. Yes, it's a very fluffy tail. Let's go. Let's call this tail port, because there are going to be 2 of them. Create. Undo. And make it a parent, yes. Tail port. Create. There we go. Wait, how many tails? 2 tails. 2 tails. And now what we're going to do is we're going to put this one slightly off center that way. Cheeky, you can make a heart with your tails? Probably. Highly likely. And now I am going to address one of my ancient pet peeves when it comes to characters with tails, and that is the origin being too high up. When the origin of a tail is too high up, it always looks wrong. Okay. That rotation angle is going to be Seven is a good number. Let's try 10. 10 is better. 10 is better in this case. So now what we're going to do is we're going to cheat. That's what we're going to do. We are going to cheat. I'm going to use the heart pupils to be a centerpiece over which I'm going to go. Tail container, or tail X rather. Create. Now collapse that. Drag heart's pupils out. Put tail port into tail X. Wahahaha. Grab the parameter. Pop that over here. There we go. Put you over there. And you over there. There we go. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Something like that. Something like that. And that was a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Actually. I could have just done this. I can still. I'm gonna put this one on a tail X, and then I'm gonna call the other one tail container. Create. I will say during this commission, this is probably the silliest I've seen you other than your meeting with Bulk the Tablet. It's awesome. Yeah, I like having the opportunity to be silly a little bit, but I very, very seldom feel like the tasks I have in my queue allow me to be silly, if I can phrase it that way. Because they're all very straightforward processes. This is less straightforward. Hey, sunglasses time. Hey. Yeah, I enjoy having the opportunity to be silly. When eventually the queue gets less, and I have the opportunity to breathe again, and I can do another Final Fantasy XIV stream, maybe I'll have a chance to be silly again as well. Wearing sunglasses at night makes total sense. Yeah, absolutely. It's always sensible to wear sunglasses at night, if it's for fashion. And also, if you're on the red carpet, seriously, out there, those lights, they do a number on your retinas. I understand. This is why my character wears aviator sunglasses. Nothing beats a good old-fashioned pair of aviators. Classic. As well as the fact that aviators are badass. Yep. They are indeed one of the best designs just in the world. Like, can't go wrong with a pair of aviators. Okay, so there we've got the twin tails. They are iconic, indeed. Indeed. Absolutely, totally, fully, wholeheartedly, and without question. So, let's see, how does that behave now? So, I think for an idle state that makes sense. Those are working. I'm just gonna very, very quickly jump into PNG mode. One moment, please. Oh no. No, I'm not gonna jump into PNG mode because why? I am still going to need... I'm still going to need my tracking to work for this thing to work. Hold up. External application, let's throw that on. It's probably gonna go super laggy. Calculate FPS, let's go down to 15 so that it just doesn't cry so much. It's not going to be as smooth, but it's at least not going to cry quite so desperately. Then add input, and that's going to be body X, position 100. Okay. Now what I want to do now what I need to do is I need to grab these two, actually. Body X. Slap that on there. Move you guys that way. Modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Yes. There we go. Extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3. Okay. Grab the entire thing. And drop that into body Y. So now, when we come here, how's that? It's almost right. It's almost right, I think. Let me dial this reaction time down to 0.75. I think it was better when it reacted slower. Let's try that there. Now let's see how this behaves. Still very jittery. Reaction time is too slow. 0.85. Now, if only these things actually reacted the way the pendulums react in the preview. Because check out how that pendulum is reacting in the preview. So why do the actual things not react that way? It's like they're conflicting and getting stuck. Why are you getting stuck? Especially these middle ones, they are really not having a happy time. Because these things are trembling like they're trying to move, but just not getting it right. Let me close that and try it again, see if it doesn't want to just get a reset. Nope, still stuck. Still stuck. Why? Was that? That's the best we've gotten it to look. That's the best we've gotten that physics to look. I don't like how it's jittery. Over here. On these first two. It looks like I've figured out how to bypass that. Mostly. Let's try. Okay, it looks like it's mostly functional. Now what I wanted to do was here. I want to also have a tail up option. So, stance. This is going to be in the stance here. So let's go tails up. Copy, paste. Okay. So here, what we're going to do. No. Let's make that 150. Like that. And this one is going to be starboard. Then this one. Functional. That's what I tell myself in the mirror. Oh boy. Now let's see how that behaves. Over here. See the physics still work? A bit less. It wants more drastic movement as an input. Wolf Harrier once again. Yeah, we're trying things out, testing out the physics, making sure that everything works. You know what? I'm not happy with how this behaves on physics at all. So I'm going to remove the physics off of the tail. And I am going to create an idle animation for that. Because that way I can actually control the movement properly. Because I'm not happy with how these are moving. You look like you could use a hand. Yeah. I haven't yet to import the hands. That's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to make an idle animation for the tails. This is not working for me. Physics based is not working for me. It would help if I don't close the physics thing before I actually delete the madness. Group editing, tail, delete. Yes, delete one physics group. Okay. Okay. Otherwise, movement placement works. But I want these to raise a little bit higher than that. and then this is going to be 20. So that actually pokes out behind the tacit skirt, because otherwise we're never going to see it. Just by the way. We need to be mindful of that, is a thing. Right, so the tail is at 450. The tacit skirt back then should be at 460. Wait, what's the body base at? 470. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I like it when things make sense. Now, what's nice with this one is that because it's right in the back and all of its edges are hidden, we don't need to worry too much about being right on the edge as we mesh this out. And that is a hydrate. So let us all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a quick sip. How is it already midnight UTC? Ugh. How? I feel like I've barely gotten going. There's still so much to do. I wonder, how deeply do I want to regret my life decisions tomorrow morning? How deeply do I want to regret my life decisions tomorrow morning? That's a dangerous question to ask. Let me get popcorn before you decide. Ah, thank you for the save reminder. I shall do so momentarily. Oh, I can actually hit the save button while I was in Mesh Edit. I didn't know I could do that. That's a life changer. I was sure it wouldn't work. Ow. Can I just go one day without my lips splitting open? Ow. I didn't even do anything strenuous. No. fight on. Okay, that ought to save it. Right, now over here. That's gonna go into X. 6 by 5. No. 2 by 50. Okay. Grab that. Make tight. Grab that. Make tight. And pull that down. Okay. This one. Make tight. Make tight. This. Y. Okay. And then that's gonna be in. T. Tango, Sierra, Bravo. 3. X. 2 by 2. Create. Make it tight. And that's the tiny cat asking to be let out. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And body X. there. That ought to do the trick. Okay, and then modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. So that at least gives the illusion of the back moving. Okay, and then I'll do the physics later. But this wants at least 2 pieces on either side of the center line. So yes, 6. Okay. Before I miss out that, and I want to do this before I forget for the umpteenth time, grab those 2. And that's the last one. Bind. Unbind. Okay. Now here, this needs to move strictly with the red. So this goes all the way up. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Have a little bit of leeway, please. No. This needs to follow that. So... how do I get these to go that way? Okay. That ain't it. That needs to be more that way. How do I get these to be more green? Why can't this just be straightforward? Because this does not make sense. Like, I can make... What even is the... The madness here makes no sense. I don't even know anymore how this is supposed to be working. She says as if she ever knew how this was supposed to be working. I have a significant distaste for Live2D's glue. Like, come on. How is it that of the 4 tools that are supposed to apply information to these, there comes a point where it just refuses to apply information? Means that the tool is inconsistent. Or at least not straightforward and easy to use. Like, come on. You're making Blender look easy. And that's dangerous. Like, come on. Why is this so complicated? It oughtn't be this complicated. Over here. Now, here what we want to do is we want to make that follow. Okay. I don't know why that worked. And that almost irks me more than the fact that it didn't work the first 5 times. that one. Line up like that, and then that should be the last one there. Okay. Now here. Thank you for the save reminder. I don't know why that worked, but it did. The collar now follows that. I don't know why that worked. It really does bother me almost more than how many times it didn't work. Save. Glue. It's one of those things that one needs to redo like 15 times before anything makes any sense. And then having things make sense is a bold assumption. Don't question the result. If it's stupid and it works, then it isn't stupid. Yep, yep. Okay, so now it's closed. And that works. Okay, so now let me just add twists. Thank you, Sishian. I shall do the twists momentarily. I just want to check off of the tick list if I can find it. Wing visibility, fix and toggle, check. I can check that off. Physics on the choke chain I've still got to do. Cutlass I've still got to do. Apply blouse, I've got to do that. That's the one at the bottom right. There, glue blouse collar to bust. Check. Okay. Be healthy. Yes, okay. So this is for lower back, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, that's good mobility. Trying to get your upper and lower half to point in opposite directions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's one of the ones that I actually want to prioritize a little bit because I find that my lower back strength is suboptimal. I notice it when I've been sitting for extended periods of time that it is not actually as good at keeping my torso upright as I would like it to. So I need to work on back strength significantly. But I just keep failing to prioritize it, so... I notice it especially when I'm trying to change the bottle on the water cooler. Hefting 20 liters of water is not ideal if you have an atrophied spinal support system. Okay, so apply blouse and trousers to rig. Check. Let me do... Fine, let me do the meshing on these skirts. Let me do the meshing on these skirts. Get that done. I do not need mirror edit. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. Now, unlike the hair, these are pretty much easy, straight, flattish colors, despite the gradient. So I can get away with not having quite so distinct a mesh. Also, the amount of movement is drastically less. Bum. Actually, with this, yes, cancel mesh editing. I can auto mesh this. Why am I wasting my time? And let's see if I regret my decisions later. Right? Yeah. Let's see if that's gonna be regrettable later. I hope not. Okay. Warp Deformer. That's gonna be Tango, Sierra, Bravo. 2. X. Okay, continuous creation. This is going to be as a child of that. That's going to be it's Y, and then one more, which is going to be it's X, create. Okay, dump that in there. Now, here we are going to want this to be 2 by, no, 3 by 45. Yeah, that makes sense. Show that. Okay, then here. That needs to be typed like so. And that one like so. Okay, on the body X, this one. It's compressed that way. And that one, it's compressed. Or stretched rather. Like that. Let me just hide the front, if I can find it real quick. There. Okay. Create. X. Six by 45. Create. Make tight. Make tight. New. Y. Create. Make tight. Make tight. Then Tango, Sierra, Bravo, 1, X, 2 by 2, create, make tight, body X, this side, like that. There we go. Okay. Progress. Collapse the trousers, I don't need that to be expanded. Collapse the blouse, I don't need that to be expanded. Show the front. Okay. Then is X 6 by 5, create, make it tight, make it tight, there we go, there we go. Next is Y. 6 by 45, check. Oi. Make tight. Make tight. Lastly, Tango, Sierra Foxtrot, 2X, Warp Division, 2 by 2, create, only going to move the top there. This I'm going to expand that way and move this out. Okay, fine. Make it also 6. But I've got a little bit more control. Okay, that works for that one. And then it's X. 6, 5, 5. Create. Tight. Make it tight. Create. It's Y. Create. Tighten. Tighten. Create. Tango, Sierra, Foxtrot, 1, X, 6, Y, 2, create. Actually, that should probably be 6 by 6. There we go, just for safety's sake. Body X. Start this way. No, don't scale it. Okay. Okay, I think that gives the impression of depth. Cool. So now we collapse, 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 collapse. All of these on that nope. Extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3. Okay. And drop that into body Y. And we come over here to test. Obviously this isn't rigged to physics yet, but that behaves like how I would expect it to behave. Okay. Except it is not all on the body Y. Why are you not all on the body Y? Why are you not all on the body Y? I thought I dragged all of you. Let's see. Now we're behaving. Now we're behaving. Now we're behaving. So that does its thing there. Let's just see in the cutlass stance. The legs still fit, yay. The legs still fit in there. That's good news. The legs still fit in that A-frame without me needing to expand it. Okay. That is a little bit of a victory. I'm probably going to need to expand that though. I'm gonna probably need to expand that for the simple reason of physics and collision avoidance. Physics and collision avoidance. So, let me grab the entire bunch of this. No, I need to wait until after I've done physics before I do that. Let me make a note. Tacit, skirt, flare, cutlass, stance. Okay, so that I know that that needs to happen still. Let me think. Physics on the choker chain, that needs to happen. I've still got to render the sleeve cuff. Let me rewrite this again because there are now more things that are checked off than not checked off and I can't see. It's fine. Let me do by order of priority. Lower idle. Then sleeve cuff render. Then faucet, render, then boots, render. Design, cutlass, and holsters. Template, cutlass, toggle, stance, then cutlass, arm, and parts, cutlass, toggle, arm, stance, tacit, skirt, fizz, and flip. Then I need to do choker, chain, fizz, and flip. Compass, necklace, still needs to happen. Tacit, skirt, flare for the cutlass stance, then repetidum. I need to double check the sweat drop style. And import. Tail, idle, animations. Okay. Am I missing anything else? No. Those are now officially all up to date. Those are now officially all up to date. Cool. Alt left. begone, so that I can't get confuzzled, possibly, in any way, shape, or form. The more I write down the list, the longer it looks. But we are still a lot further down the line than what we have yet to do, so I'm happy that things are going well. And that is going to be our last hydrate for this day. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Water is gone. The water is officially gone. Okay. Right. So tomorrow I need to do the illustration. That's a full rendered, full body illustration with no background for pessimistic hype. That I need to do, and I need to have that done before end of day, and that is going to be, it shouldn't take too long. I think it should not be more than like 5 hours at most. 5 hours at most, I think that's going to be the most of it. Yeah, it all depends on if I can get feedback to say, okay, happy with this, with the posture. I should have started this last week, but yeah, life hit me like a train a little bit. And I actually need to speak with the guy, so I will get onto that effective immediately. Because the deadline is tomorrow, and I need to make sure that it is right. That being said, after I have finished Hype's picture, I'm gonna see how much more I can plow through the rendering work. As much as possible in the run of the day, and then if I am lucky, I'm very lucky, I should be able to get through a significant portion of what is left of the rig on Saturday. So the things that I've written down look like a lot on the list, but save for the arm bits. Oh, that's the other thing I need to write down is sleeves. Rig. Because I am not touching the sleeves until the rest of the arm work is in place. Like, no. I am not touching the sleeves until the rest of the arm work is in place. So that is the plan there. And I'm actually gonna probably redo. Yeah, let me do redo lower arm separate hand, just to make sure that I have versatility, because presently I do not, and that bothers me, so I will do that as a matter of priority. Get the arm rigs in place, and then yeah, when I've got the arm rigs in place, everything will be an awful lot closer to completion, because the cutlass toggle is going to be the most complicated thing on this thing. Like, functionally, the cutlass toggle is the most complicated thing. Even more so than the wings. The wings were a doddle. The wings were an absolute doddle yesterday to get right. Super easy. So, I think if I can get the cutlass toggle right, I am going to be a very, very, very happy camper. Yeah. I'll see if I can do some of the boring physics work on Saturday when I am not streaming. And plow through as much of this list as humanly possible between now and then the next one, which should be on Sunday evening. Unless I do a gorilla on Saturday, just to keep my sanity and focus, I might do a gorilla on Saturday. Maybe. Just to help me keep focused on what's going on, because otherwise I fear I might get distracted and that worries me. So, maybe. We'll see. Technically this entire week has been gorilla because I just didn't have the mental capacity to write an entire schedule of cheeky every day. So we will hopefully get through a significant amount before the end of Sunday. Fun times. But all of that said, I'm still here. I am glad you were able to join for the entire day, all 6.5 hours thereof, mind you. Well done. That is a whole day. Like, bruh, that's huge. Thank you for spending the time. I really appreciate it. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can do a gorilla stream on Saturday. I'm not sure. It's just probably gonna be for my own sanity's sake. And so that I can't accidentally get distracted by family members. Okay, not accidentally. I fully intentionally. But I need to get this with my plate. So yeah. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get pessimistic hypes thing done tomorrow early, and then plow into the rest of it. But if I do not go to bed now, then I am going to significantly hate myself in the morning. Sadly. It's looking good. I'm glad. I'm really happy with how it's coming together. The body movements, at least on the skirt pre-physics, are working. We've got a full and functional list of everything that needs to happen after this day. I know foot pieces are in here, but unless you want a shoes off toggle, I am not going to bother rigging those yet. They're gonna be just hidden in the model file, ready for if you ever decide that, okay, you're gonna have a shoes off outfit. Secret objects. For if they are needed. But unless they are needed, then I'm not gonna bother rigging them yet. But yeah, you've got the option to include them in whatever way, shape, and form you deem appropriate later down the line, as you get the capacity for it as well. But yeah. So I'm glad that we managed to get the collar to actually function now. That was a big thing that was bugging me, was the collar not functioning. Just want to see over here. Arm out. How does that behave now? I wasn't planning on it. Okay, well then they're just gonna be hidden there until further notice. Unless you tell me you want them, otherwise they're gonna just remain hidden. Or if you want sandals or something where you need to actually be able to see the feet through the sandals. But okay. That is gonna work on fine over there. Let me just see. And with arms forward. Okay, I still need to separate the arms forward between port and starboard side still. but that works. Okay, that works. Yeah, okay. Happiness is. I will do the idle animation for the tails pretty close to last, I think. Because I'm scared that might just be a little bit of system bloat at the moment. But yeah, we're working. It's getting there. It's getting there. Slowly but certainly. And wings visibility. With the tails up. Let's just see how that behaves. That's definitely an interesting silhouette in its own way. That's an interesting silhouette. Okay. But yeah. Slowly but certainly things are coming together. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. The wings remain unclipped by the tail, even in the ultimate perspective mode. Okay. Tail hug. That works. That works. What I do want to just check. Okay. It's kind of obvious that the magic is not actually moving with the torso. So I do want to just put that in the body Y as well. Just so that that moves together with the rest of it, because otherwise it's going to be a bit weird. But yeah, slowly but certainly things are coming together. Okay, so stance there. Where are you? Those two. Grab you. Stance height. Body Y. Drop you two in there. Like that. Test. Wings viz. And it works. Yay. Awesomeness, 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 awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Now I absolutely have to end, otherwise I'm going to get lost in this again. I need to map the positions of the expressions. I need to do the expression mapping. So, blush, mesh, and place. Expression. Floats. And pot. Pupils. Okay, Cheeky, while you're here, just one quick question, which I've been meaning to ask you for a while. In terms of the sweat drop toggle, do you want a more realistic sort of a sweat drop, or literally the cartoony anime sweat drop? Like exertion or memes? Which would you prefer out of that particular emote? because what I can say... More realistic, probably? Okay. So let's have a look then, quickly. We look at how our range of movement on the brows goes is... any sweat drop things that would be realistic are probably going to be focused around the cheeks, because the forehead is completely hidden. And this space between the eyebrows and the lashes, we don't really want to put sweat, because if you've ever been exerted and being wet there, it's very annoying. So I think if we're going to do the more realistic ones, it's all going to be focused around the lower face. Is that okay? The odds have claimed me. Oh no, Toaster. Oh no. Their grip has loosened upon me. Yay! Wahahaha! Yeah. So, Cheeky, if you're okay with the sweat drops being more focused around the lower face, then we're all good. Also, she's looking cute. I am glad. I am glad. QA department dropped in to give a overview earlier as well, and everything seems okay from their side as well. So yeah, everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Oh, that's the one thing I forgot. That's the one thing I forgot. Fangs toggle. I forgot the fangs toggle. Let me write that down. And just like that, it's a full page of notes. Okay. Oh joy. It looks okay. It's okay, it's okay. A bunch of these will go by pretty quickly as well, so it's fine. It's fine. But, guys, that's me for today. Oh, and I also want to correct the nose. Save. I have just hit the save button. I don't know if you can see it or if the resolution is a little bit too low, but there is no little asterisk on the file name. We are saved. Wahahaha. Nose corrections. There is something about the nose that is still bothering me, and I want to make it right before I say that this thing is done. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Thank you guys so much for being here. It has been a marathon, but we've gotten a lot done. I'm feeling a lot better about the tail now that it's actually fluffy looking and not a flat thing with spikes. Like, that actually looks like it matches the hair a bit more now. Like, not quite as shiny, but fur generally isn't quite as shiny as hair. Generally. Like, most of the time. Doubly so for wolves. So, I think we're good. I think we're good. And yeah, happiness is. Rest on to it. If all goes well. If all goes well. I will be able to, in the run of next week, do all of the your character here things in the queue in the run of next week. And if that happens, and if I manage to get through all of those in this next week period, then what will be The H in Harrier stands for happy noises. Whoa! Yeah, I've got a couple of those. Yeah. So I'm going to try and get through the Your Character Here queue next week after we've gotten Cheeky out the way. Because yes, I'm 100% aiming to have this delivered on Tuesday. That is the goal. We fight for said goal. With great eagerness. And then, you said after next week? Yes. After next week, we will resume with the... Or it's happening next week. So, now on the 4th of November is the due date for Cheeky. And the 14th of November is the due date for Teo. As well as a whole bunch of Your Character Here things that are in the queue. I want to do a batch of those in the run of next week after delivering Cheeky, so that those are out the way and that the whole thing looks emptier and less daunting. So that is definitely something that I'm planning on doing. And then hopefully, if that works, then hopefully next week I will have a day, or the week after next, I will have a day where I can take a break and play some Final Fantasy XIV. Do some voice acting stuff again. It's been forever. It's literally been a month since the last login for our free trial completionist run, which we're still super early in. So yeah, fun times. I will be very busy next week, yes. Yeah, it's a lot of things in the queue on the Your Character Here thing. So it's all a bunch of Boogie reactives, and that will be I should be able to get like 2 done in a day, I think. Reasonably, I think. If I only work on it in stream. If I work off the stream, I will definitely plow through the whole bunch of them in meantime, so that I'm not stressed by. And then the 2 big things in the queue then are finishing the armor design for Zany and putting that on a reference sheet, and then the Teo rig. So yes, can't wait for mine when I come here. I am very, very much looking forward to it. You say that will probably be a New Year thing. If so, no stress at all. If it's gonna be a January thing, then don't stress at this point. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. If you want, what we can do is we can put together we can sort of establish the service offering. At the moment it's on I like having a payment plan that's based off of work milestones, so how far in the process you can see, okay, we've done this, we've done that, bloody fish paste, all of that jazz. So what we can potentially consider doing is having a milestone for the like a minimum, let's say, yeah, money dependent. Yeah, what we can do is we can put a minimum holding sort of option in place, where I give do the concept render, basically, or the test render, getting stylistic things sorted, as like super first draft level things, and we can get that in the queue now, and I'll just make sure that we can have all of the milestones linked in as a bunch of things that, as you are able to, we can put those in place, and then as you're able to pay, you can pay each milestone per your financial stability. And if we see that financial stability is not working out and we need to extend things so that you've got space to catch up, then we can do that. We can work it out. I've got no issues with that. So I am flexible in terms of the payments in that regard. And yeah, you don't need to stress. We can work things out. We can talk further on VJ. Yes, we can. So if you put in the proposal with what you want on the thing, then I can put together, if you put in this request, I can put together the proposal with a deadline for like March. So there's time, and then if we need extensions later, we can do the extensions per either of our requirements. So no stress. We can, if you need to in-stream, yeah. Yeah, I like to end up with a little bit of a ramble. I enjoy having it. I enjoy having something to ramble about for a start. Having things to ramble about is really nice. I enjoy that. The yap session is always fun. It's always fun. Oh. Yeah. But anyway, we'll figure things out. We'll figure things out. We're flexible. We can make arrangements as need be. But yeah, all of that said, November is turning out to be busy for me. October turned out to be a literal maelstrom, but November is already turning out to be busy. So, I am going to plow through as much as possible so that I can hopefully get a little bit of a chance to breathe. We shall see how things pan out on that front. And yeah, we want to also get a chance to throw in a couple of things that's not necessarily commission work, just to get some semblance of whatchamacallit, personal fulfillment, I suppose you could phrase it as. Personal art also needs to be a thing in my life. I've been neglecting it for way too long. So, there's that. Oh, and I've also got to finish the combat style analysis thingies. I still got to do that. So, I've got about 2 more batches worth of combat style analyses that I've got to do. So that's going to be like 2 whole streams of combat style analyses. From the event that I had running during the Donothon. So that I need to do. So basically that was an event which I asked for people's designs, and then based on what they look like, I literally do an analysis of what I would expect their strengths and weaknesses to be, and make a radar graph for each of those designs featuring those strengths and weaknesses. So basically figuring out what a combat style is based on what they look like. if there is a little bit of lore as a snippet of usable information as well, that also gets drawn into it. But mostly working entirely off of visuals. So that went really, really well last time, and I'd like to do more of that sort of a thing. But after I've gotten through those 2 batches, what I'm going to do is I'm going to develop a hashtag so that if anyone wants to join the combat styles thing, they can drop a submission at any point in time. And when we get one, we will open up a stream or end a stream with the combat style analysis for that particular character. I think that would be a cool thing. Or like maybe do it on a Monday or a Sunday. Actually, it'll be nice to do it on a Thursday because that's basically the end of the week type day for me. Is the Thursday. So I'm going to develop a hashtag for that after we've gotten through these 2 batches, but I need to get through the deadlines before I get to that sort of fun stuff again. So we will get there. We will get there. But yeah, one step at a time. One step at a time. 'Tis how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. Anyway. Rest well when you get to it, guys. It was really, really fun having you. We got a lot done. And I think we are gonna make it. And that's exciting. That's exciting. So, if you had fun, then I'm very happy. And I shall see you all possibly on Saturday for a gorilla stream, but if not on Saturday, then definitely on Sunday. Watch my socials for the time. I will be posting on my X and Blue Sky, but I do also strongly suggest that you follow on YouTube as well, because that way you will automatically get a notification. If you have your YouTube notifications on, you will automatically get a notification as soon as the live stream is waiting room is made live. So if you want that immediate notification of when the thing is being developed and ready to fly, then follow on YouTube, because it's just a little bit more warning, I suppose you could phrase it as, than what you get on Twitch, amongst other things. So yes, that is a thing. Just a reminder, guys, surprise, surprise, YouTube is actually what I'm considering my primary channel at the moment. I am working towards getting to the point where I can actually have non-stream content as well. But once again, everything is on hold until after we have slayed the deadline dragon, so to speak. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Anyway, good night, rest well, and until next time, cheery bye. And there we go. Sleep tight. Rest well. It was fun chatting with you guys. Night, Miss Things. Night, night.